Hello, welcome back everyone to the Lichess broadcast commentary of round 7 of the Sharjah Masters 2024. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and it is always a pleasure to be here with you. And I think we already have a lift off, but before we do that, let's also update ourselves on the standings, because we have one leader right now, that is Irene Sukandar. He's still leading by himself with 5 points, and tailing behind, just half a point behind him, we have Daneshwar Bardia, Tabatabai, Sarana, Hans Niemann, Sham Shankland, and our first seed of the tournament is Arjun Erigaisi. So there are 6 players just behind Irene, and there are still 3 more games to go, including today's game. So everything is at stakes, and today's pairings, we have the leader, Irene Sukandar, playing against Daneshwar Bardia, who missed his chance yesterday against Hans Niemann, where Daneshwar was having such a slightly better position, but he failed in converting it, and both players agreed for a draw. And on the second board, we have Tabatabai versus Alexei Sarana. And on the third board, we have Hans Niemann versus Sham Shankland. This is the All-American clash matchups. And we have also Arjun Erigaisi versus Parham Maksudlu. And on the fifth board, Yu Yangyi versus Salim Saleh, who yesterday drew against Tabatabai in such a winning rook endgame. It was such a near miss again by Salim. And as usual, we're going to focus on the first 5 boards, and we have the live cams for those 5 boards. So let's take a look. Board number 1. So I think we might have the game present on Lichess. There should be, everything is running here in our end. So let me just quickly check other games if we can see the board soon. Okay, and I just want to quickly take a look at the playing hall, because everyone is still trying to settle, and we can see also from the live cam Arjun just arrived to his board. And what about the other board? Yeah, so there have been a few moves here. I'm just gonna wait until we can see the moves on the board. Alright, now we have the moves on the board, and what do we have here? We have a Catalan position on board 2. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, and g3. And here, Sarana, if you remember his game against Hans Niemann, he chose a classical approach against the Catalan. He played bishop b4, bishop d2, and back to e7, and then slowly building up on the queen side like this and developing from the queen side. So I'm wondering if he's going to choose the same approach, and he did. So I just can see from the live cam he just played bishop b4, and now there are bishop d2 and knight d2. So which one? Oh, Tabatabai just chose bishop d2, and if Sarah is following his game again from the game between Hans Niemann and himself, he will play bishop e7, and bishop e7 indeed just happened, and bishop g2. And now, if I'm not mistaken, he started with knight bd7, but of course this type of moves, they're quite interchangeable. You can also castle here, you can play c6 if you're going to do the same setup anyway. But if you're trying to play some other variation, well, then it's a different story. Yeah, so, well, Tabatabai was walking on a thin thread yesterday against Salim Saleh. He was having a losing rook endgame, but probably because the players went into some sort of a time trouble. Salim failed to find the winning line, and in the end he must be satisfied with a draw result. Alright, so let's move back to board 1 because I believe we have the games now. And what do we have here? So Aravin is playing white against Danesvar, who also yesterday had close to winning position. He had an exchange up in a better position against Hans Niemann, but also failed to convert the advantage and had to settle with a draw. So here we have some sort of like a ready position. I'm just looking if we are going to see some transposition, but apparently Aravin just played this trendy double fianchetto setup for white, which proves to be quite universal. You can play any sort of idea here. It's a very flexible one, so it's going to be very interesting which part of the board that he's going to focus on, mainly about this knight, whether he's going to play something like knight e3, knight d2 e3 and then knight e5 followed by c4. So this setup is very well known, but he has lots of choices. So let's update ourselves on the game between the all-American matchup between Hans Niemann versus Sam Shankland. So apparently I had a little peek to the live cam. Hans came quite late, so that's why the game just started with 3 moves. And let's take a look. e4 c5, knight f3 e6, d4 cd4, knight d4 and knight f6. So of course this can still transpose to any sort of Sicilian, but it's good to see that we have a Sicilian on the one of the top boards, because I really want to see some bloodshed on the board, and especially this is the all-American matchup. They might actually play each other during like the US Championship or all the American events, and now they are paired up in the Sharjah Masters 2024. And while Hans is still choosing what sort of variation that he's gonna go, well, obviously in his position knight c3 is the main line, but yeah, I had one game when I was maybe 12 or something, when I was really young. In this position I mixed up the other line, so I played e5 here. I think you can guess what my opponent did. My opponent just played queen a5 followed by queen e5 next move. So this is actually one of the common mistake that I saw in many kids tournaments as well, because I think they confuse it with the other line, because there's also some d4, like here maybe, all right, here first like this, and then here you can just take and then e5. So as long as the knight on c3, e5 is safe, because then there is no more queen f5 check and taking on e5 afterwards. Anyway, enough of the childhood story. And after knight f6, again Hans Niemann is still taking his time, sipping his coffee or tea, and yeah, just choosing which variation that he wants to play. So let's quickly also check the fourth board between Arjun Ergaisi versus Parham Maksudlu. And here we have some sort of like a nimzo with knight c3, bishop b4 and f3. So interesting. It's this type of variation is always, you know, offering some gambit like this. It looks like it's a Blumenfeld, but the bishop is already on b4, so it's something else. I remember I analyzed this type of position before, but it was a long time ago, and Arjun has been choosing like very interesting line. Like here f3, I think it's already like out of style for a little bit, but I noticed that he has a little different preparation for the open tournaments compared to if he's playing like a closed tournament or like an official tournament for World Championship cycle, let's put it that way, like in the World Cup or Grand Swiss or anything like that. So here in the open tournaments, I noticed that he's a bit more experimenting, so he's trying to revive all of this variation that is not good, yeah, not in style, but still of course playable. So let's quickly take a look on the last move. So he played e4. So in this position, yeah, obviously if you take this one, then knight will take on d5, And if you take this one, this is actually interesting. Then you take with the f pawn, and if this happens, then d5 might happen. So this is the kind of the gambit that black is trying to play in order to get a better center and hoping that one day this pawn will be captured. So e4 is already on the board, so Arjun decided not to accept the gambit. And here he's ready to capture the c4 pawn should black take bc4. So castle is already on the way. And usually in this type of setup, you also want to castle as soon as you can. But the thing is, now the bishop is taking care of the c4 pawn, but Arjun played e5 right away. Okay, so where does the knight go? Obviously knight e8 is a very safe position. I'm just wondering if knight h5 is also possible with the idea of queen h4. I think if that happens, maybe just knight here. But then this one, yeah? And then if you take this one, ooh, you're gonna lose because of this. And then the bishop is hanging. So, well, let me put up my master Lichess database because, yeah, I'm trying to understand this position. I'm sure knight e8 is the idea and knight h5 is dubious. And here we have plenty of games with knight e8. And knight e8 is, yeah, it is the main line. So if knight e8 happens, then white will not stop but keep playing all these pawn storm on the center. And then ed5, cd5, this is the main line, d6, and knight f3. So the knight on g1 develops that way. And f3 is the most ideal square for the knight, so you have to play f4 first. Okay. And I think it happened. This happens. So we have the position actually up to 8 move f4. And this might actually also transpire on the board. So c4, this is kind of like one of the main lines, and a4, knight d7. Wow, so Arjun is ready to play all of these ideas. Queen b6, stopping the king from castling. But you just play bishop d2, something like this, knight c7, and knight takes b5. This is going to be quite a complicated game because it already shows, starting from the opening, that both players didn't play quiet chess, not playing like calm chess, but they're already trying to draw some blood starting from the opening. So, which is good. I like this type of spirit because again, I'd like to play some attacking game. So cd5, this is already on the board, and we're gonna see if Parham will play d6 on this position. It looks very common formation for the pawn, that you just want to stop everything, because if white manages to play d6 himself, then white has much better center. So yes, Parham already played d6 and Arjun didn't take time to play knight f3. So far we're following the main line right now, and c4 is also one of the main responses, and Parham played it. Will Arjun think for a bit before playing his move? Because I think everything is still within his preparation, and he played a4. Okay, a4 is on the board. It is also another skill, you know. I don't know if Arjun had prepared this right before this game, or he already done this work way before. Yeah, it's also another skill to remember what you've already prepared from long time ago. And also, if you actually prepared this before the game, it's also a skill to predict what your opponent is going to play, especially when you're playing against grandmasters like Parham and others here on the top boards. They are such a universal player. They can play pretty much any sort of first move, let alone the second move and the third move. It could be like a wide of variation. Alright, so after a4, Parham didn't play knight d7, but he played d takes e5. Alright, and d e5, f takes e5. So this is on the board, and bear in mind we have a 15-minute delay in the broadcast, so what you are seeing is something from the future. Alright, f takes e5, and I think it's still going to be quite complicated, so I'd like to quickly check what's happening on board 5 between Yu Yangyi versus Salim Saleh. And this looks like a Caro-Kann position, and let's just take a look from the start. e4 c6, and then d4 d5, e5, bishop f5, h4 h5, bishop d3 takes, and queen a5, c3, and e6. Okay, so I think again it's still like about 20 minutes in to the game, and everyone should be still in their opening phase. And yeah, I'm just wondering if Salim really regretted what happened yesterday. But also, this is the thing in the chess tournament, especially in the open tournament, there might be some games when you were losing but you managed to save it to make a draw or even win the game. But also there are some games when you're winning but you failed converting it and you had to settle with a draw or even a loss. So and since there are 9 rounds in this tournament, you just have to bounce back as quick as you can, because you will need everything that you have to come back and then play the best chess that you can for the remaining rounds. So chess players are not only good when they're playing on the board, but also off of the board. They have to have like a very strong mentality. Alright, so here after e6, Yu Yangyi is still choosing what to play. Let me pull out my Master Chess database, and yeah, White has many options here. White can play knight e2, White can play a4, White can play knight f3 as well, or bishop g5, and all these moves are looking very, very normal, and they are pretty good in their own rights. So, still no move by Yu Yangyi. Let's switch back quickly to board 1 again, because we have some development here. So after bishop d7, pretty much, okay, bishop b2, rook c8, knight bd2, and c takes d4, knight takes d4. So this already happened on the board. So maybe what black is currently planning is to take on d4 and bishop c5. And white should keep the bishop because this is such a good bishop, and I think white should put it back to b2, but in this position black will use the tempo to play castle, or even maybe bishop c6, because I was worried if castle, then maybe it's time for white to play e4, or even c4. Yeah, why not c4? Yeah, like this. So, but I mean, in general, this position is still equal. So, so it's pretty good. One second. Okay, so this is still what's on the board, and let's take a look on this one. Still, it looks very, well, quite symmetrical. So Sorana chose another line here, just a little bit different, but I think it's very similar too. So bishop g2, knight bd7, castle and castle. Actually, it's not Sharjah, but Batabay, because I think on the game between Hans versus Sharjah here, Hans played queen c2 followed by a4. So b3 is of course another variation, and here Sharjah plays c6, bishop c3 and b6, bishop b2 and bishop b7. After knight c3, c5, and then knight e1. So yeah, knight e1, trying to stop this one from happening. And also at the same time, if let's say black played some move like h6, okay, this might happen, and then here you have to take with the knight, because otherwise this one is gonna be lost. But here, yeah, maybe it is fine to keep taking everything, and in the end black will be left with an IQP. So alright, knight e1. If I were black here, what would I do? I might actually just grab this pawn. And then after this, then maybe what to do, yeah? Bishop c5 is tempting, rook c8, or knight c5. Or in this position, just rook c8 instead of taking anything on the center. Takes. Yeah, it's still quite complicated. Yeah, because if this one is taken, then knight takes on c5. I mean, this is still in the opening phase, and both white and black, they have plenty of good choices. Okay, what about the third board? Because I was very excited that it was a Sicilian. And after knight f6 here, Hans chose to play bishop d3, knight c6, and okay, this idea, takes, and then bishop e3 and e5, h3 and bishop e6 and castles. Alright, so yeah, this is quite a... White is slightly better in this position, but it's really quite hard to prove that white is better. It's just a matter of technique later. If you can get like a slightly better position, it would be because your technique is better. But here, black is definitely having no problem at all. But what white might do is this setup with knight d2, maybe queen f3, and then knight c4, and then a4, something like that. And then you're just trying to hit the pawn on e5. Or what else can you do here? Like simple move like that. Maybe knight goes to d2, followed by knight here, and just a slow move, like a slow approach in this position. Just put the knight on f3, queen on e2, the rook on d1, and then have this pawn push. Yeah, this is like if you notice some Philidor position, this might be looking similar, even though that one starts with e4 e5 or e4 d6. Okay, what about the fourth board? I think it's turning into... I think this has been the most interesting game so far, especially in the top boards. We saw the position after knight f3 and c4, and a4 takes on e5, and then bishop g4 takes on b5, and knight d7. And here, yeah, the idea is simple. Black just want to take on e5, and even if you play bishop e2 here, maybe black will just take on f3 first, and then followed by knight takes e5. So if we were white here, what should we do? One way is to play bishop f4. You are just directly stopping knight e5, but still, I think it's not gonna be stopped. Like, let's say bishop f4, knight can still take on e5, takes, and then queen here. because everything is still under attack. Although it's interesting to see what's going to happen after d6. Okay, sorry. d6 you can just simply take. The knight on e8 has proven to be very useful. But apart from d6, what can we do here? Because the threat is just bishop f3, queen f3, and then queen e5. Okay. Arjun is still thinking. Probably this is the longest thing that he's done so far in this game. Or what else can we do in this position? Yeah, I've never seen this position before, so it will take me a while to understand that. Let's consult with the stockfish, and stockfish suggested queen d4. So you're stepping away from the pin. At the same time, you're also protecting the pawn on e5. And okay, the cover side just bishop f3, gf3, knight c7, bishop takes c4, and then bishop c5. Queen e4 and knight takes e5. Oh my gosh. And if you take this, there's rook e8, so be careful. Everything looks very loose, but here it's still 0-0 as long as you play a move like king d1. But here Arjun just played another move, so not queen d4, not bishop e2, but he played one of these moves, bishop f4. Alright, so we analyzed knight takes e5, which doesn't work because after takes, queen e7, of course just queen e2, stopping everything. f6 is not even a threat now, bishop just moves away somewhere here or somewhere here maybe. Alright, so after bishop f4, what black should do is knight c7. Knight c7 and then knight h3 takes on f3, queen takes f3, and then queen e8. Alright, so you must give this pawn up at some point. You cannot just keep holding on to it. And here comes just bishop e2. What is going on? Like, oh, you want to just play short castle or what? So if knight e5, you don't take it. You need your dark square bishop. So you play queen e4, knight d3, check. Takes here, check, bc3, cd3, and then takes here, and then king goes to d2, knight takes d5, bishop h2, and black is better. This is such a long variation. But most of the moves, they are very, how to say, they're really sensible. So if the players actually are going to that line, I'm not going to be surprised because again, there's nothing extraordinary about all the moves that we're just being played. It looks like, yeah, they're just looking normal. So bishop f4 is still on the board. We're gonna see if Parham is gonna play knight c7. Yeah, the idea with this knight is, okay, you just want to play, I think you just want to play here followed by rook e8. So, and here you have to, yeah, you have to disturb the bishop, and if this happens, then yeah, we'll see. If this variation happens on the board, it means Parham has to think quite long in this moment because, yeah, things like this, it has to be calculated thoroughly, not just like one shortcut on something like that. All right, let's move on to the next board between Yu Yangyi versus Salim Saleh, and here after queen e6 here. So Yu Yang, you chose to play knight f3, and after queen a6, queen d1. Yes, so this is a common idea in Caro-Kann, that you play queen a6 in order to offer the trade with the queen. But of course, white should not trade the queen, because if white trades the queen, then the advantage is just totally diminished. And here, yeah, there is almost nothing that you can play. So queen d1, and then you're still trying to exploit the fact that g5 is a very good square for the outpost, maybe with the knight, and then it's also preventing black to do short castle, because if black does short castle, is gonna be quite dangerous on the king side. Okay, yeah, I was just looking the chat from 15 minutes ago, because when you see this, yeah, you're only seeing me on the 15 minutes later. Yeah, thanks for all the supports in the chat. I really appreciate it, because yesterday or last night I stopped streaming around 4:30 my time in the morning in Jakarta, because I was also streaming for the Casablanca chess variant, where Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, Vishwanathan Anand, and Amin Bassam played in this type of very unique variant. If I can tell a little bit of story. So they were playing 6 games, 3 games each day, and Magnus Carlsen turned out to be the first winner outright. And the games, this chess variant is just very unique and new, because in all the games they were playing a position from a game of the past World Championship match, both in the open section and the women's section. So it could be from any of these matches, and there are, well, if you want to prepare, there were like plenty, hundreds of the games, or maybe even thousands of the games. So it's almost impossible for you to prepare specifically each of them. But what's interesting is it is also like the comparison of how the past players play compared to the modern players. So for example, last night, actually not last night, 2 nights ago, when Hikaru played against Carlsen, Hikaru was white and Carlsen was black, and the position that they played, it came from a game of Karpov versus Kasparov in 1985, and Magnus just chose a totally different approach. So there was like a there was this exchange on e7 in the Knight of Sicilian, where you normally just took it with the queen anyway, queen takes e7, and then keep going with the game. But instead, Carlsen took it with the king. It's like a very long delayed bomb cloud, almost like it was a bomb cloud, but turned out it was a very good idea. I mean, not immediately winning, of course. I mean, in that position, I think white was still slightly better, but it offered just a fresh nuances to the game. Like in the modern days, you know, you can pretty much doing it too. And I believe because the position was coming from a Karpov-Kasparov match, and it is a very famous match, of course, in 1985, where it was scheduled for like 48 games, and there was some adjournment in between the two. And I believe a player like Carlsen and the rest of the participants in the Casablanca chess variant, they would have had seen this, because, well, you learn from the classics. So maybe at some point of Carlsen's life, he actually analyzed the game, and then he came up with a better idea. And turns out this Casablanca chess variant just happened this year, and it turned to be useful, this prior knowledge of the classical games. All right, so let's continue with the game. If I can tell more stories later, I will do so. But do we have other games? So let me just scan quickly the other boards apart from the top 5 boards. If we have like interesting games or positions to analyze. And I just saw one comment from FIDE Chess. Yay! Hello to FIDE Chess in Taiwan. I just, like a few weeks ago, I just came back from Taiwan and meeting so many nice people there, and also reuniting with my good friend Elsa and and her brother Joe. So it was such a great time in Taipei, Taiwan. Yeah, looking forward to coming back. And yeah, I mean, most of the games there are still in the opening stage. But usually if you are playing some Sicilian, you might actually expect there might be some early sacrifice or anything like that. Oh, hang on. Talking about interesting game. Oh, I have to show this to you. I don't know how this game will turn out, but I guess from the position, I don't see the notation. I was just looking at the current position. I think it is coming from a King's Gambit. Who doesn't love King's Gambit? So let's take a look. It's the game between Vitaly Sivuk versus Manuel Petrosyan. What board is this? Let me... Bear with me. Vitaly Sivuk versus Manuel Petrosyan is board 23. Okay, let's jump to the 23rd board. And e4, e5, f4. There you go. We have a King's Gambit in an open tournament that's played by 2 strong grandmasters. Alright, e takes f4, knight f3, h6. So this is pretty much well, I think it's quite interchangeable as well. You can play h6, I think you play g5 as well. But since the pawn on f4 is not really being attacked yet, you can play h6 first. So bishop c4 and g5, and d4, bishop g7, castles, and knight e7, and here g3. So you have to really get ready with all sort of ideas with bishop takes f7, because this is totally the main idea in the King's Gambit. You just want to attack the king, and all the sacrifices will happen if black allowed it. So let's take a look if after g3, black player is still thinking right now, but if black took the pawn on g3, we can actually start figuring out like what happened after bishop takes f7, king takes f7, maybe, okay, this knight has to move either to e5 or to g5. Which one do you think is the move here? Both look tempting. Maybe just e5. I don't mind. Knight here, it's fine too. Like now, if the king goes here, it's gonna be checkmate, yeah, with this queen h5 and then probably just queen f7 later on. If the king goes here, at the very least, I can just play knight f7 and I'll be happy with this compensation. Okay, you might have this one and I just play king h1, and this position should be totally fine for white and even close to winning. 1 second, I just have to fix something. So alternatively, if not f takes g3, what can we do? Let's say we castle. The thing with castling is if this one happens, then you don't really have any follow-up idea after g4. So I assume that after this position, you might have, after g3, I think it's just playing d5, because after you take this, I guess it is now fine to take on g3 because there is no longer bishop takes f7. So also d5 is such a common move in the King's Gambit in order to also try to get some control over the center, and at the same time trying to get this bishop out. So d5, I like this move. And if you take it, then now we can insert this fg. Then if this happens, then I mean, this looks really great already for black. Or maybe inserting queen d6 with the idea of queen g3. I'm still trying to play like bishop f5, maybe knight d7, and then just put the king on the other side. So this should be enough for black. But yeah, well, we are going to wait for Petrosyan to play. Let me also quickly scan other games if we have interesting position or openings or variations. There's already one game that's finished between Mikhail Mitrishvili from Georgia versus Mustafa Yilmaz from Turkey. And there's one interesting position from a game between Abhijit Gupta versus Pranav Anand, and it is on, which board is it? 35. And what happened? Oh, so after g3 he played d5. Yeah, so this is a very common move, of course. I think black was just taking his time to double check everything, because this should be the first candidate move in mind, I would say. So yeah, black is standing fine. Oh, ed5 is already on the board. So now are we going to see f takes g3? I think this is a nice inclusion to take on g3, and then you get ready with all your pieces. And this bishop is already out. I really like this idea with queen d6 later. Okay, let's circle back to the game on the top boards. The first board between Arofin versus Daneshvar, and it happened according to our prediction. So after knight takes d4, black took the knight and bishop c5 and bishop b2 and then just castle. So here the question is, will white play any pawn move like e4 or c4? So we'll see. And on the second board, wow, alright, so now after knight e1, yeah, Sarana didn't take anything on the center. He just played rook c8, and here Tabatabai used the time to develop his knight to c2, and then just trying to maintain more control over the center. And now what is going on after this one? I think you can just simply take, because thanks to this bishop still pinning the pawn, this one on c4 is not hanging. So knight c2 is still on the board. And what about third board between Hans Niemann versus Shankland. And after castles, knight d7, Hans played queen h5, queen f6, and now knight d2, and bishop c5 over in this exchange. Yeah, this still looks like very equal, but of course there's some twist in it. Maybe after bishop c5, it's better to play rook a e1, because you might there's some little idea here that if this one happens, and if the king castles short side, you might actually just push f4 and black is under attack. Or actually you can take on c5 first, or not. But I like this position. If you take on c5 first, maybe this is better, yeah? But knight takes, and after f4, okay, you cannot take this because the queen will take the knight. So if this happens, yeah, maybe you shouldn't take on c5, because then the knight will be on c5 and this is gonna be like a weak pawn in the future. You need the bishop on d frame. But I like this move, rook a e1. You just want to get ready if the bishops are getting traded, then this rook can be on g3 and, you know, already set up that way. But alternatively, apart from rook a e1, what can you do in this position? Bishop g5, there's queen g6. I don't know about this. Let's consult the info bar. Knight c4. So, and what happened? So if this happens, you're not really worried of this because f7 is hanging and then white just wins on the spot. Okay, so that is not a problem. And if bishop takes e3, you take, you don't take, you just play knight d6. And what after here? Just f8 first, and this is how you're attacking. And after queen g6 and knight f5. And if you take this, you give a check first here, and then if queen f6, now the bishop is pinned, so you play queen e1. It's so tricky. My gosh, this is such a tricky line. I mean, it's still pretty much equal, but if this happens, you will see how everything looks like. You know, every resource in this position, it's looking like it was hidden, but it was just up to us to find them. So amazing. So okay, all right. So now I gain my understanding on this position. Like knight c4 is such a nice idea. If this happens, then you can try to injure your pair of bishops. But if this happens, then this is a critical line, yeah, with knight d6 and taking on e3. You put everything on the e file, like you double up the pawn on purpose, but that's still totally fine for white. So Hans is still thinking, and I'm sure he knows about all of this, and he did it. He did knight c4. It is already on the board now. Wow, okay, and we can actually tell by the speed of the players whether they know the variation or not, or whether they're trying to revise or trying to remember what they have already worked on before. And these two players, they're very good theoretician. Like Sam, we know he has a really deep repertoire in many openings, and so is Hans. So yeah, I will actually check later, like I don't have an updated time for this, yeah. Like I want to know how much times Shankland takes for the next move, because if he plays fast, and actually what is the best move in this position? G6. So probably G6 is the best move here to reply knight C4. You don't take any of this knight on C4 or bishop on E3, just play G6, and after queen E2, yeah, you just totally ignore it and then just castle now. So yeah, you don't have to go into that complication with the check on D6 and something like that. With after G6 and castles, and everything should be fine. And I just saw on the live game, it's Arjun walking around. So what is going on his game? Let's take a look. He played bishop f4, and then Parham played knight c7. Yeah, this is still according to what we analyzed before. But after knight c7, I remember that we discussed about h3. And then takes here. And then queen e8, something like this. Bishop e2. Takes here, and then queen here. Things like that. But Arjun didn't do that. He instead, after knight c7, played bishop takes c4, which looks obviously a very normal move. You just want to develop your bishop, preparing for this castle, but also grabbing a pawn on the way. And here knight b6, and after knight b6, bishop e2. So Parham is currently thinking on how to take the d5 pawn here with the knight. Which knight? Both are knights. With c7 knight or b6 knight. And what is the difference? Yeah. So my first impression that this knight should be the right knight to take on d5, because it's attacking, of course, both these two pieces, and maybe after this and maybe after bishop d2, what should we do? Yeah, because if knight takes here, you take it with the pawn, and it's threatening the bishop. What else can we do? Rook e8, maybe. That's possible as well. What else? I just want to say, what's the difference with the other knight like this, and bishop d2 still. And maybe this allows more space for black, especially around the king. I mean, around the queen. So that being said, maybe also a move like rook c8. It's looking like a pretty good move. You just want to develop your pieces while at the same time attacking your opponent's piece. Yeah, rook c8. You don't have to worry about this a7, because this pawn is actually more important. And also with having the pawn captured on a7, this might be a dangerous position for white, because should white castle, then any sort of queen b6 will happen. Obviously this is a very complicated position, so apart from taking the pawn with the knight, what if we try to consider taking it with the queen? Because the knight is pinned right now, so you cannot take it with the knight. So let's say it takes here, and now you take this one. I think if everything is traded like this, black is better, or maybe it's still too early to call it. Let's consult Stockfish. So Stockfish preferred to take the d5 pawn with the b knight. Knight takes d5 like this, and after bishop d2, tricky move bishop c5, stopping white from castling. And after queen a4, knight takes c3. And after bishop takes c3, h5. Okay, this is another complicated line. Black is just trying to stop white from castling and use the time to keep attacking the king. So h5, because the bishop stands better there. on g4. All right, let's see. Queen e4, maybe with also the idea of bishop d3 and attacking h7. Here you play rook b8, and after bishop d3, g6. No. This is computer line. This is computer line. I don't know if human can actually going to play something like this, because it looks like they're already out of their prep. So the current position is still like this now, bishop e2. Okay, complicated game so far. And let's switch to board number 5 because it looks like it's a little bit less complicated than the other one. Okay, the e-file bar shows that black is slightly better here, but I believe this is pretty much equal still. So the game went with, okay, after queen a6, queen d1, white didn't want to trade the queens, of course. And after knight d7, just a4, knight f5 and b4, and knight d7, knight bd2. So knight bd2. What's gonna happen after queen d3, let's say? Isn't it an interesting idea to just centralize the queen and well, it's attacking the pawn on c3, but let's say bishop here. And then now just bishop e7. And how to get rid of this queen? Oh, maybe just rook. Oh, wait. Is it a possibility to play here and then rook h3 or rook h3 immediately? Yeah, maybe queen d3 is just a bit too ambitious. But what else? I mean, a move like bishop e7 is a very normal move. Or what else could Salim Saleh be thinking in this position? Yeah, so yeah, not too sure. I like this idea, just bishop e7. I mean, it holds this knight goes to g5, and maybe you can actually plan to cut just short castle. But what about this plan of going, sorry, after bishop e7, knight f8, knight g6, and attacking this? Alright, I would like to just check on this game between Suleimanli Aydin from Azerbaijan versus Sindarov, because they're, I think, about the same age. No, Suleimanli is younger, but not by much. So what do we have here? Some Spanish? Yeah, it's a close Spanish line with a3. Yep, and this one, and put the knight back to c6, knight d5, a5. Okay, and c4. Yeah, so this is still pretty much like within theory. Okay, and all right, let's I will just put on the live cam first with the boards. I'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned with us and we'll continue after a few minutes. Hello, welcome back, and we have some developments in the top boards here, and let's take a look at this one because yeah, so arriving after castles, the game has gone quite slow in this one. I think also because the players are trying to pick which strategy that they're going to play anyway. So here, yeah, I was also debating whether white will play c4 or e4 in this position. So c4 was finally what white chose, and after c4 bishop c6 happened. So in a way it's of course like a very good square for the bishop, because you'd also like to centralize this one and maybe stopping e4 as well. And looks like black has no problem in this position, like everything is pretty equal here. So maybe after c4 what can be done here, because even in the position when you take d4, I think only black can be a bit better. So, and you can take it with pretty much anything, with the bishop, also with the knight. Maybe with the bishop is best. And if you don't take the c4, or maybe you can play here rook c1. This is also a very useful move to make. But now after this you have to be ready with everything, like takes here, and probably knight takes here. Okay, so white will be just slightly better, close to equal of course, but yeah, but with the control over this one, I think it should be. And also the bishop on b2 is eyeing toward this pawn. Yeah, I mean, maybe queen e7 is now the move. Yeah. Okay, so all right, let's move on to the next one, between Tabatabai versus Sarana, and it looks like black also consolidated quite quickly here. That after knight c2, black played knight e4, and cd5, ed5, rook b1, and knight df6. So yeah, looks like these two knights in the center, it's a great knight, and black also has no problem with this one. Yeah, what about the third one? Because the third board, we remember it's between Hans versus Sam Shankland, and it was a Sicilian. So after knight c4, Sam decided to take on the bishop on e3, and after f takes e3, if you remember our analysis that after bishop takes e3, the best move was knight d6 with a check. And after king e7, now you take on e3. So this is the variation that we discussed before, which turned out to be very interesting. And after queen g6 overing the trade, you give a check first, and after this you give a check again, and after this, since now this bishop is already pinned by the rook, so you can safely move it to e1, and then you're just gonna capture it normally. But Hans didn't do that. Instead, after bishop takes e3, he took it back with the pawn, and after queen e7, he didn't have this idea with knight d6 anymore. But I think I can understand why he chose this variation. Probably he's thinking to play this because it looks like it's a free pawn. If you take of course, and white will be just standing better. But white has to also remember that there is queen c5, and this might be just a critical line that both of the players have to calculate. Because what's gonna happen after here? Rook takes f7. Again, I'm not sure if this is the correct move, but this is something that you have to calculate anyway. So rook f7, you cannot take this one because it's just made into. And if you take this one, there might be, what could it be? Alright, some idea like this maybe should be fine, and I think it's with compensation. And then rook goes to g5. But I think the best move is just to take with the queen like this, because it looks like there will be some discovery. Rook f5, but here black has g6. Oh, but you can just takes here and takes here, and now king goes to f7, or maybe d8 and then c7 should be fine, because what I was worried of, if after this then this, there might be bishop c4. And yeah, and also not only about this discovery, but also this one is coming. Ooh, so maybe the reason why Hans chose this line is because of this complication. Okay, now this is the moment, yeah, because you really have to calculate everything after knight takes. But also maybe black didn't need to go all the way like queen c5 like that. What about g6? And now the queen has to go. But this is not the end of the world. Come on, queen a6 takes, and then queen g7. And you're still going to recapture the knight maybe. So wait, is there anything else? Because the rook on h8 is under attack, and so is the knight. And if you take the bishop on d3, then this queen will just take on h8 first, followed by queen d4, and then grab this one, and then void is better. Alright, so now the question is, after queen e7, is this possible to play knight e5? I mean, from the two variations that I just analyzed without engine, looks like it is possible, but I might miss something. So let's try to validate our analysis. So here rook a d1. So apparently taking on f3 here is not, I mean fe3 is not the best move, yeah? The best move is what we saw with knight d6. Because after taking this, then queen e7, then black is fine. This will only work if the knight is okay to take on e5, but after knight e5, queen c5, and what's after rook f7? g6 immediately. Okay, without taking on e5 like that. So g6 immediately, because now the queen is not protected. So the queen can go to h6 or h4. Let's go to h6. And now you just simply take the rook, and that's it. Game over. Alright. So after queen e7, what you should do in this position is just a normal move like a4. But since black didn't have any problem anymore, especially this diagonal is totally closed right now, you don't really have any hope on opening it by playing f4. Now you can just simply castles, and black is standing fine because of this permanent weakness on the e file with these double pawns. Alright, well, it's quite an effort actually to understand this position. It's not easy at all. And yeah, and even though black stands a bit better, it's still not guaranteed that black will win this position, because I'm sure Hans will try to come up with so many initiatives to compensate it. So he has a worse position, but it's still too early to call it in this game. Alright, so let's take a look at the game between Arjun versus Parham, because it was quite complicated. And after bishop e2, Parham chose to take d5 with the b knight, and now after bishop d2, he's back thinking again. What did we analyze? I think, oh, it was bishop c5. Bishop c5 trying to stop this, yeah, which is making a lot of sense here. Bishop c5 preventing the king to castle, and yeah, so Parham is still thinking, but he has 52 minutes on the clock, so it's still a lot of time. It's still a lot of time. And what about the fifth board, Yang Yi versus Salem Saleh? And after knight b d2, yeah, Salim just played a normal move, bishop e7. And now knight b3 is on the board. So I think in some cases, if knight b3, what do we know here? Can we play knight b6 and then going to knight c4? Because I don't think the knight is, I don't think the queen is trapped. Like after here, just takes, and there's nothing else. And takes this and should be fine. So, and also after knight b6, yeah, you just want to occupy c4. I have a suspicion we might see some repetition, but it is still a suspicion. Of course, white can play or black can play any move. Like if knight b6, then maybe just knight here, coming back here again, and then coming back here, and then this type of repetition, either to a5 or to d2. So that's just my prediction. We'll see if it's gonna come true. What about other games that we actually saw? There's already one draw as well in the game between Fakidov Jarkongir versus Raja Ritvik. What about in the top boards? Yeah, so far I'm looking if we can have some Sicilian, but there was one like a temporary sacrifice between Leon Luke Mendonca versus Timur Kubakarov. Maybe I can just put it here. And yeah, h6 was just played. So in this position, what happened was after this, a very interesting line, bishop here. Actually, what is the variation? Oh, interesting. d3, d3, d6, and c3, and queen f6. Taking into account that queen f6 is possible because otherwise, if it was not c3, I don't think queen f6 will be played. Yeah, I think black played queen f6 timely because the knight is no longer going to c3 and to d5. So a4, a6, b4, bishop a7. Here knight goes to e7, and then this knight bd2. Looks like everything was normal, but there you go, bishop h3. This is such a surprising move. And you ought to take it, because if you don't take it, h6 will happen anyway, and you might actually lose some material. So you have to take it. And after h6, now Mendonca is still thinking. Wow, this is amazing, because after h4, I think you can just simply take on g5 like this. And even though you down a pawn, but the rook is currently working very well, and you might just as well, can we castle here, or should we do something else? Yeah, how to proceed in this position? Rook h3 maybe, or maybe just queen h5 with this idea, knight g6, knight f4, and of course queen g4. Yeah, this might be just it. So you give up a pawn, but the compensation is quite huge with this position. So maybe it's better to just... But what else can you do? Because hg will happen, and this rook will be open up. What is the evaluation of this position? White is okay. This is still 0-0, or white. I don't think it's white. White is better. So computer suggested knight h4 because it forces the queen to take on g5, and after knight g2, knight g6, with the idea of either knight f4 or knight h4, and here just king h1. Got it. So after knight f4, you just take, queen takes, and rook g1. And you're attacking this, and later on you might be attacking this. Alright, so h6 is still on the board. Let's quickly circle back to the top boards. The first one, Arafin versus Stanisvar. And what happened was after bishop c6, Arafin just played rook c1, and Stanisvar just moved the bishop back to e7 into safety. And here e3 is on the board. Yeah, black is totally doing fine here. Like what the computer suggests here, queen a5 looks really tempting to play. Not only that you're developing your queen, but also you're allowing later on the rook on f to go to d8 and attacking the center. So, alright, things are looking quite equal in this position. And the second board, yeah, still no move yet after knight df6. And Hans's game against Shanklin, a3. What is the idea of a3? Because we saw the move a4. You just want to keep moving forward and then try to gain space in the queen side. But a3 is quite peculiar. I think here you can just castle. Yeah, black will have a better position in this one. Okay. Yeah, what about Arjun versus Parham? Already bishop c5. Yeah. This is not an easy position to play. So what was the analysis again after bishop c5? Queen a4, and then bishop e6, and then knight e4, bishop b6, and then knight f2. Okay, like this. And you're trying to soon you're trying to just castle after knight f2, and after knight e3, bishop takes e3, takes f2 and castle. Yes, like this. Alright, so after bishop c5, all the moves that white is going to make in the next few moves is just trying to castle as soon as possible. Alright, I'm just gonna check what other games, yeah? Because we've seen some of the interesting positions in other games too. Ooh, let's move back to the game between Vitaly Sifuk versus Manuel Petrosian, because now, if it was interesting before, now I don't know what to say. It's even more interesting. Okay, so while I was scrolling down, there were a few draws already made by Adiban versus Sanal Vahab, Nestorov versus Tishipenko. And that's pretty much it. Alright, where is that game? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, look at that. The pawn is on h2 right now. Alright, so we saw the position after d5, right? And then takes and takes here. And instead of taking it back on g3, white played knight e5. And after taking on h2, king h1, castle, and knight c3. And here, b5. Such an interesting move. b5 is actually one of the best moves in the board. b5 and bishop b3 here. Oh, bishop b7 looks very natural. But this is not the best move in the board because you should stop queen h5. Don't ask me why, because I'm also trying to understand this position. And you should just play knight f5 because, of course, after queen h5 there is knight g3. And with this inclusion, I think you are also threatening knight here. Oh, this is so nice. This is so nice. I have one very interesting move here. Like if this happens, king takes h2. I don't need this even. I can just like, okay, takes on d4. And if you take it like this, then there is this move of knight c6 might happen. You cannot take with the pawn because queen takes d4. And if you move your queen, of course, just bishop takes e5, and I think black should be close to winning. So if you take on c6 now, you don't take this queen first because then your queen is also going to be captured. But first you give this inclusion with queen d6. Just take a look at the position. Check queen d6, and whatever you do, white will lose the queen. Because now, if the knight goes back, just take with the bishop with the check, and then you win the queen anyway. But if the king moves around, except that if it's bishop here, now it's a different story, yeah? I was so happy to find this game there, but now, yeah, I'm not too sure now. Yeah, you have to take, and after queen takes, I'm sure this is still better for white, or maybe not. No, better for black, but maybe no longer much better because black has down a piece, so it's no longer working. I'm pretty sad though, but I'm sure there is this idea with knight d4, queen d4, and I just need to find the follow-up move, or even like a move like queen d6 should be fine. How are you going to protect this, right? Even if you keep protecting like this, there's knight d7, and then you don't have enough resources to protect it. So bishop b7 is on the board. It's a very, very natural move to play bishop b7. Like I would also have done it if I were black. Like you just want to take the d5 pawn with the check, you know, it looks like everything is under control, but apparently the computer suggested queen h5 and it's 0-0-0. Trying to understand why. So black just wanted to take the pawn and maybe take everything like this. And now, maybe now it's queen f3. And it's with compensation because why? No clue. What was it again? So queen h5, okay, knight d5, no, not knight d5. Oh, you don't take the knight, but you just take on h2. Because all of this idea with the queen h5, rook f1, knight e5, and bishop potentially just hitting the f7 pawn. So that is the idea. Okay. And you cannot do anything? Really? Because I guess, okay, now how to deal with this threat, yeah? white just want to take on f7. Maybe not immediately. Oof, okay, this is complicated. And both players are actually, I mean, they spend some time to think. This is not an easy position to play. Alright. Okay. I'm happy we found a position like that. Let me find other games. Yeah, everything looks pretty equal for the other games. Oh, actually, let's take a look at the game between Sulemanov versus Harika. So out of any games in this round, this one has already entered the endgame, and black is a bit worse here, but it should be holdable. What is this, Catalan or what? Wait, it is Catalan. Yeah, this setup is very well known. And Queen A4. So how did? Okay, so usually you also have other option by playing E5 in this variation. But Harika chose different line, Knight D5, and Queen C4, A5. Yeah, you're not worried of giving up another pawn like this, because with this bishop compared to this bishop, black is gonna be better. So let's say you do this, and this. I think both of the position would be fine. Rook B8 or bishop A6. Like black will be just attacking, and yeah, because the bishop is a better bishop. So here white didn't do that, and white played Queen C5, offering this trade, another trade, and E5, F3 here, and then we see this endgame. Okay, do you have any updates on the top boards? Let's circle back quickly. No move yet after E3. For Bardia, looks still very good in black's position, so this is gonna be quite a battle. And oh, this one after knight E4, CD5, ED5, rook B1, and knight DF6. There's some moves already played here. Rook C1. Yeah, this looks a bit weird to play rook B1 in this position. Maybe white was preparing for bishop F6, so that this bishop will be, yeah, in this position. If bishop here, then maybe it's time to take like this, and now takes this, and you're fine. And you're fine because rook bishop takes, and then knight takes here. Yeah, everything should be fine, and then knight E3 maybe, with the idea of rook D2. So Tabataba was preparing for bishop F6, but instead of the bishop, Sarana chose to play the knight to F6. And then rook C1, knight takes C3, bishop takes c3 and knight e4. And here bishop a1. Okay. Alright, so bishop a1 is on the board, and now maybe we can expect a move like bishop f6 followed by rook e8. Yeah, I like, actually I prefer black's position in this one, but gotta be careful after bishop f6. There's f3 maybe, but should be fine. Yeah, after knight d6, like everything is covered. Okay. And what about the third board, Hans versus Sam Shankland, that after a3 castles and then b4 and f6. Yeah, this position looks a little bit easier for black to play because black has clear idea on what to do, while for white has to suffer a little bit maybe because of the pawns, and also, I mean, in the long term, now it doesn't really look like it is a weakness yet, but in the long term, black will try to trade as many pieces as possible and try to go to the endgame, because just imagine this position in the endgame, black will just stand better due to the pawn structure. So f6 is a very nice preparation before queen f7. So maybe, yeah, but after queen f7, luckily there's still queen e2, so you're not really forced to take the queen. Okay. And what about Arjun? After bishop c5, he still hasn't moved yet. Yeah, again, a very, very complicated one, this one. So I guess, what was the move again? I think it was queen here and bishop here, and then just knight here and then knight here, something like that. And about Yu Yangyi versus Salem. Okay, so after knight b3, queen goes to c4, attacking the c3 pawn, and after bishop b2, f6. So Salem is trying to attack the center, and should we take it, or should we play knight c5? But if knight c5 doesn't really work, yeah, knight takes c5 and takes on e5. So maybe, oh, knight a5. Alright, the only move for the queen is go back to a6. And yeah, I mean, Salim just played it right away. But what could be the idea now? Queen e2. Alright, so if queen takes e2, king takes e2, this one is kind of hanging right now. The b7 pawn. So what do you do about it? Yeah, let's say rook b8. Yeah, I mean it's still. Oh, so king e2 is already on the board. Yeah, it was a forcing. It was a forcing trade, by the way. After queen e2, you have to take it. So now, yeah, or also in this position, black can try to just do long castle. So this is the type of like the French structure, but I think it's a better version because black doesn't have the light square bishop anymore. Okay, and what about the other game? The King's Indian game. Oh, that one, yeah, white play queen h5, and yeah, now it's becoming interesting again. Black is not really in advantage. Okay, so king takes e2 is still on the board. Let's circle back to the top board. So after e3 here, Dineshwar decided to just play a5. Of course, this is a very common theme as well in this type of structure. You can keep pushing this pawn and then somehow open up the position from the a file. And yeah, I'm still liking black's position better than white's here. It's easier to play as black. It has clear ideas and black doesn't have any weaknesses here. Whereas for white, I think your task is a little bit harder because usually white is the one who is controlling the game. So white would like to have more advantage on the board, but it's really hard to find any sort of advantage here for white. So let's see board 2, Tabatabe versus Sarana. Here after bishop a1. Yeah, Sarana just played rook e8, continuing the development. And maybe this bishop doesn't need to go to f6, but it can also go to f8. Yeah, again, it's similar to the first board actually. I like the position of black here better because again, when black has no more problems in the position and black can just comfortably develop all the pieces, then it's a sign that black is doing okay. So dc5 has already played, and Sarana just took it back again with the pawn to have this a very thematic hanging pawns in the center. And now maybe he will follow up. Maybe white will follow it up with knight e3. Knight e3, and maybe here if bishop g5, you can take this one, yeah. Because if you take this one, maybe there will be like this inclusion, and white I think is better. So bc5, yeah, knight e3. The idea is also maybe to capture this knight later and put the knight on c4. Okay, what about the third board here after f6? I don't know about you, but to me it feels like the games have been moving quite slowly today compared to other rounds, because usually we will already have like so many moves on the board and so many actions, but here I think the players are getting tired anyway, and when you're getting tired, usually you're trying to be more careful to compensate your energy level. And here Sam Shankland just moved something. So after f6, Hans didn't wait until black played queen f7, but he just played queen e2 right away. And now Sam just played rook a8. Maybe what could be the idea, yeah? Maybe moving c5 right away. But after c5 there is b5. which of course looks very fine. There's still no problem here. Yeah, this is gonna be quite a positional battle. What about the other game? Because I saw Parham was walking around and there's still no move yet from Arjun after bishop c5. Yeah, because it's a bit hard here to continue the game having your king still in the center. So Arjun has to try his best on how to prepare to castle. So the computer move like queen a4 followed by knight e4 and knight f2 looks very viable, but that doesn't look like it was easy because there are still so many pieces on the board, and you just have to double check everything, you know, because getting one idea is something, but also anticipating your opponent's idea is another thing. So you have to combine your move to anticipate, or yeah, pretty much to respond to both ideas, yours and your opponent ideas. Okay, and the game between Yu Yangyi versus Salim Saleh had happened like this. So after queen to e2, of course the king has to take, and after fe5, now it's the moment of truth, but I think it has to be de, because, and it just been played by Yu Yangyi, because this pawn is going to be hanging if you take it with the knight. Alright, well, players are thinking, and I think most of the boards are also yeah, they've moved very slow. I'm gonna put the scene on the break again, and we can enjoy the games from the multi-board view and also the live game. So I'll see you back again in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. So while we were on the break, there are some developments, especially in the top boards, and let's just get onto it. And in this position between Yu Yangli versus Salem Saleh, we saw the position after king takes e2, and here Salem took on e5, d takes e5 and castles. And here knight b3, because the knight is no longer working on a5, it doesn't really hit anything again on the b7 pawn, so the knight moves back to b3 and attempting to go to the center of the board. And after rook d e8, a5, and here we still have this position. So I think everything is still pretty much equal, but the idea of rook d e8, I think black is wanting to transpose this bishop to d8 followed by bishop c7, trying to attack the pawn on e5. But Salem is thinking right now, because also the last move by white with a5, it also signifies that white wants to attack on the queen side, attacking the king. So it's gonna be quite a battle here, because yeah, the pawn on e5 is deserved to be attacked, but at the same time white is also not letting it happen very easily for black. White will also have some counter idea around the queen side to attack the king on c8. So we'll wait and see what's gonna happen. And meanwhile, on the live camera, I see that Arjun has been walking around, so let's take a look at his game and see what is going on. So he decided after bishop c5 to play queen a4. Actually, it's attacking this bishop, and after queen d7, if I'm not mistaken, our analysis was knight e4 and knight f2. But here he played queen c4, and after bishop b6, knight a4. So he just wants to immediately solve the problem with the castle. After knight a4, he wants to take, followed by castle and connect the rooks. So yeah, if we were on the Parham's shoes now, what are we gonna do about it? Because also whenever this one is taken, black has some tempo with taking it back with the knight and trying to attack the queen on c4. So maybe now it's time to bring the rook to d8 and try to attack the d2 bishop as well. What else can we do in this position? So yeah, this position is so rich of initiatives. It's very complicated. I always like to have my king safe, so yeah, I prefer black in this position, but of course Arjun will be able to find all the defense to kind of like equalize the game, because I'm sure this position is better for black. Yeah, or very slightly, or maybe close to 0-0. Yeah, so far it's still fine for black in this one. Let's move on to the other game as well. Let's see the game between Hans versus Sam Shankland, because now after queen e2, rook a8, rook fb1 was played, and here Sam just played rook fd8 and just tried to develop the rooks to the center, and a4, knight b6. Yeah, so if this one was taken, takes, and then let's say a5, this looks very possible to happen. If you take this, or maybe it's better to just push, yeah? Push like that. But if pushing, then it means a6. Maybe it's fine. Takes. Yeah, I think it should be fine. So alright, knight b6. If you don't want to take the knight on b6, what can you do? Maybe knight a5. Alright, it's knight b6 and yeah, Hans has just got back to his chair and he's gonna move. So also knight a5. What's wrong with this move? Is black's intention c5 here? But I think after c5, maybe take. Oh, I don't really like this position with knight f5. It just doesn't serve anything. Maybe just takes this, and even like a move like bishop b5 should be fine as well. Sorry, bishop c4. Okay, let's take a look at the first board. This is our leader board. Aravind is playing Dhaneshwar, and I think we saw the position after a5. And after a5, Aravind just tried to stop this a pawn by playing a4 himself. But then it leaves the square of b4 to be quite weak, so that bishop b4 is already on the board. And after cd5, knight d5, knight c4, and queen e7. Yeah, I still like black's position. Yeah, and after queen e7, rook will come to d8. Though white can also play queen e2 maybe in this position. And after rook d8, rook here. So it looks like, in a way, quite symmetrical. Or maybe after queen e7, maybe white can throw in queen g4, attacking this g7 pawn. Maybe this is what Aravind is thinking. And then how to deal with this attack then? Yeah, queen g4 and you don't want to move this pawn, because if you move this pawn, let's say here, then maybe a move like knight e5 or even like queen d4. Yeah, looks very good. So after queen g4, what can be done here? Aravind is still thinking, but I don't know. I have a feeling that he might actually play this queen g4 because it looks very tempting to play. F6. Let's say f6 is the move, yeah. But if f6, then all right, then just tough up normally. Rook d1. Also, I can also think about this pawn move like e4 and then putting it on e5 even. Yeah, that's gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be quite a complicated continuation. So queen g4 is there. Apart from queen g4, oh, of course, why don't I think about queen d4 immediately? Because queen d4, the idea with queen d4 might be both queen d4 and queen g4. Maybe this is the good reply. Just put the knight back on f6. Yeah, I mean, I think black couldn't afford of pushing any of the pawns because it is gonna be weakening the king. So just put the knight back to f6, and now you're offering this trade. You're also planning to play rook d8. So everything looks good. And yeah, I think that's why Aravind didn't do that. He just played queen e2. This is the safest option. You don't have to deal with any sort of trading like that. And also now after like knight f6, there's e4, or here you're just preparing rook d1 and then e4 itself. Okay, what about the second board, Tabatabai versus Sarana? Alright, now we have this idea going to g7, but let's take a look from rook e8 because this is the last move that we left. dc5, bc5, takes on e4, and then knight e3. So still according to the analysis. And then queen b6, queen d7. and after this queen g4, and queen g6 is already on the board, trying to stop the queen from taking g7 with the checkmate. Okay, so takes on the queen and take on the queen and rook c2. Yeah, so obviously this still looks like very equal. Yeah, my prediction that this game will be a draw. But rook c2 just moved. What could it... I mean, what could be the continuation after that? Oh, no need to continuation. I mean, rook c2 is a way to stop rook d2. So white was just playing according to white's plan. Okay. How to continue here is black. What about double up the rook? Like rook d7 and then rook d8, something like that. Yeah, the c4 square is always a nice square for the knight. Let's say this one and then this one. Yeah, you hold on to everything. But okay, but c4, black can always play with bishop a6 or bishop d5 too. Maybe bishop a6 is better, so it doesn't close the d file. Yeah, it should be still much equal. Alright, so rook c2 is still on the board, and Sharjah is still thinking. What about the game between Hans versus Sam Shankland? So after knight b6, Hans played a5. Yeah, trying to just simplify everything on c4. So let's say knight takes here, takes here, and then queen f7. Takes, and then maybe rook d1, trying to stop the rook from penetrating. But I believe this position is still better for black. But is it enough to win? Then that's another question. So we have some moves actually. Sam took on c4, bishop takes c4. Apart from taking c4, Sam can also play a move like queen f7. So if you take, the queen will be left on e6, and if bishop moves back like this, maybe now it's a time to play c5 with the idea of c4, of course. But if you take this, rook takes, then I think black is maintaining its advantage. Okay, so Sam is still thinking, and Parham is also still thinking after knight a4. Okay, and what about the fifth board? So Yeah, so eventually after rook e8, Salim played bishop d8, and I think this is going to be the idea. But at the same time, he's not hurry. He just played so a5, rook h f8, and after bishop c1, bishop d8. Yeah, trying to find other games that's going to be quite interesting. Alright, let's go to the game between Martyrosian Hike versus Sharjah Royal, because where is it? Martyrosian here on board 18, because the current position looks very intriguing to me, because after knight d5, what is the idea? Let's say knight takes d5. Because, okay, 1 second, here was the original position, and Martyrosian play knight d5. I'm just trying to understand what's wrong with knight takes d5. Maybe you can just simply take it? Or is it a win with bishop here? You have to take with, oh no, you can actually take with the queen. So it should be not a problem, no. So maybe just take it back like this, queen takes d5, and who is better in this position? Black is losing almost. So here, so where's the sacrifice then? This looks like an normal Schreiningen position with queen g3 variation, and then knight b4, f5. Okay, king h8 takes here, knight d4, attacking e6, so queen d7, queen h3 takes on d3, takes, and bishop c8. And rook c8, rook c1, queen e8, allowing this to happen. I don't understand. And this one, oh, he missed this sacrifice, taking on g7 and here, and just give a check and get this pawn. Okay, so this is actually a very good sacrifice by Martyrosian. Rook e8 and knight d5, and here Royal Sharjah is still thinking. So the idea, if black doesn't do anything, knight takes f6, rook c7, and also this rook is kind of not working. But if we put it into work like this, then the c8 rook is c8 bishop is hanging. So knight d5, such a good move here, opening the c file for the rook to go to c7 and also attacking the bishop on c8. Yeah, you have to take it, because otherwise there's also bishop d4 coming, and then this gonna be pinned. The knight on f6 will be lost. But again, if you take this, then just queen takes should be fine, and this comes afterwards. Yeah, wow, what a game by Martyrosian. Yeah, looks really good for white. Okay, and what about the other Armenian game, Petrosian? So Sifuk versus Petrosian. We saw the position after queen h5 and knight g6, knight g4, and b4. And here knight just goes to e2. So the idea is the knight wants to take here. So now after bishop takes this one, maybe you just take it back like this, yeah? Queen takes and then king takes like this. Yeah, so this has happened. Bishop d5 is already on the board, and now we can expect bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5. Oh no! White just took on h2, sorry. White took just h2 like this without taking back the bishop on d5. So if any check like this, maybe the knight is ready to just stop it with knight g3. Okay. Alright, so do we have, well, there's one game that's finished already. Savarli Al-Touch versus Golami Orimi Mahdi. International Master Golami Orimi is from Iran, and he's the one who's receiving the wild card from Lichess. So the wild card was won by him via a few qualifications. So he won this wild card, and it's entitled him to have all accommodation, full board and lodging covered in the Sharjah Masters, and also flight reimbursement and a little allowance of $400. So it's actually a very good deal for a player. Like, you play and travel to such a nice tournament like that, and everything is covered. You don't have to pay a dime, and on top of it you already got some allowance, and then you're pretty much fighting for the prize money too, which is a lot in this tournament. So it's a very, very good deal. But he's a deserving winner. He has through a few qualifications, so not only one. There are also some other good players in the finals that aiming to have the prize that he's won. Okay, so king h2 is still on the board. Let's quickly move back to the top boards. The game between Aravin versus Anesvar. Here, Aravin, after f6, yeah, the bar shows that it's better for white now. The difference is quite subtle, but I was just trying to understand the nuance of this one. So maybe it's because this move, e4. Because after e4 you have to move the knight back here, and this looks like quite it's not the place for the knight to be. But I think I can understand black's perspective here, because black wants to play e5 followed by knight e6 and then maybe putting it on d4 later on. So maybe after this knight c7 it is time for white to what to do this position. If knight b6, maybe rook d8, and what else? And maybe queen here. My idea is what could be my idea after bishop c5? Oh, the knight might be lost. Oh, sorry, bishop c5 is hanging, sorry. So you cannot play that. Yeah, I think this is fine. And maybe king h8. And after king h8, oh, this is still pretty much playable position. So let me find something else. I believe it's still e4, but after knight c7, let's figure this out. Could it be bishop here? Just want to get rid of this pawn. Maybe. Because now after takes, how do you protect this? Maybe with this one, but then you just double up the rook. Yeah. I mean, white has more space. That's why white looks more comfortable. Yeah. So Yeah, it's really hard to play this type of position when just one tiny move like that can actually change the evaluation of the game. So while Ravin is still thinking on how to continue, what about the second board, Tabatabe versus Sarana? So yeah, finally Black doubled up the rook on the d file, and 1 second. Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. Oh, I was talking and it was not. Oh, I feel so sad. My microphone was accidentally muted, and I didn't know. I just realized it now. I don't know how much I was talking before, and it was not even online. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, I was saying that the position has simplified a lot, and we can actually stay for a bit in this position because we can expect that both players will soon agree for a draw. Although again, this is pawn's endgame, so white is a bit risky here because of the pawn structure. Yeah, black has no risk at all, so white has to play a bit more accurate not to lose this one. Technically it's still a draw, but Sam might be trying to push for a win, knowing that he has a better pawn structure. Okay, what of the game between Arjun versus Maksudlu? Ooh, what is this? The king is already castled, but on the long side. So after queen c4, bishop b6, and knight a4, here Parham thought for quite some time, and he decided to take on f3. Bishop takes f3, and rook e8. And so after a long castle, he just took on e5. And rook e1 is on the board. Yeah, this looks quite dangerous. I mean, of course now you have to think about this one, but maybe this one is not really a move because there's always bishop g4 for now. So you don't really have time to exploit it. Okay, I'm just wanna switch to other games. If we have any interesting position right now. Oh, there is one game that's done already. It looks like it was a hunt to the king. So let's see what happened, because the resulting position looks very interesting. It is a game between Abhimanyu Puranic versus Inian, and let's just play it out quickly. This is the Nardov Sicilian with h3 variation. So takes, and here takes here, and knight d5, and h4, h6, and then g6 here, check. Yeah, why did black allow this to happen? Maybe, yeah, black is quite restricted, I understand, but this position and then this, like the king is just asking to be checkmated. And c4, queen takes, check. Yeah, king here taking this one. It's so, I mean, the king is so brave. And here knight c4 is only move. Bishop g2 here, and then okay, this discovery should happen. Yeah, at some point it looks like the king, I mean the king is terrible. Queen b3, rook a4, bringing the other rook to the party. This is too nice. And takes, and here check. Okay, now it start the hunting. Like king d7, now take here and check, here and takes this one. There is no important check on the back rank, so rook has to play g8, and now check, and yeah, actually resigned here because okay, After this check, you just simply take this and then just win the game. Yeah. All right. Very, very interesting game by Abhimanyu Puranik. So, is there anything else? There's already another draw by Chan Emre versus Sergei Shant. And Ilmas Yerli Mert drew against Ivanchuk. Yeah, Ivanchuk is not performing very well in this tournament. I think we saw him on the live board, on the top 5 boards round 2, but then he lost against Tabata Bay, so he moved out from the top 5 boards, and unfortunately he didn't come back. I would have loved to see him in the live camera. Okay, so just checking the top boards. Not much improvement being made. Everyone is still playing very slow and very, very careful. Yeah, let's put on the game between Salim Saleh versus Yu Yangyi. Because, yeah, how to evaluate this position? I mean, both sides have something to hold onto. I think we saw the position after rook h f8 and bishop c1, bishop d8, and a6, bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, and king b7. Yeah, unfortunately, this bishop is on c1, otherwise rook h a1 would have been just nice. So rook has to move back here, and then bishop b6 and bishop a3. Interesting. So it's trying to stop the idea with c5 then. And now knight h6. So just judging from the pawn structure here, I think black has more flexibility because, okay, the knight just went to h6, so the knight might actually occupy g4, attacking e5, and also by doing that, it's attacking f2. So how do we deal with this threat? Because after knight g4 is attacking both pawns. Maybe just rook e1, because after knight g4, can you play something like this? Yeah, I think so. And then after this, the rook on h1 doesn't do anything anyway, so put it to the center, play king f1, and maybe next move you play knight d4. Okay, the position is still up to knight h6. Do we have other updates on the other game? Let me quickly scan it. Oh, the game between Sarna is interesting. Tabata Oh my gosh, the sound is muted again. What is going on? All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying that this looks like it's a silent draw offer after. All right. But king d1 is on the board, so yeah, this is pretty much equal still. So I don't know who's playing for win here. Taba might be pushing for win just because he has a better pawn structure, and also he has a knight compared to the bishop. But yeah, this is still pretty much equal, and I believe Sarana would be able to defend it. Let's see how Hans is doing in this position. Yep, so king f2, king e7, g4, king f7. And now king g3. So he just moved king g3. Is Sam pushing for a win here, or he's just waiting for the right time to make a draw? Okay, let's also update the other game because Parham is currently on 11 minutes. So he's entering like the pre-time trouble period. Rook he1 was the last move that we saw, and he played queen f5 here. Takes on e5, takes on e5, and rook e1. So now where does the queen go? The queen has to keep not attacking, but protecting the d5 knight. So maybe queen d4 has to be played in this position. And yeah, but after this trade, everything should be pretty much equal. Apart from queen d4, where can he go? Maybe back here again? But this one means that there is bishop e4, so it's kind of like a bit uncomfortable. Alright, takes here. Where else? Queen d6. If queen d6, what can white do? Maybe like this even. Takes, and then queen c6. Yeah, with this a pair of bishop. With this pair of bishop versus pair of knights, I think white stands better. But yeah, after queen d4, maybe the best move here is to take this bishop with the knight. I know you have to take it with the queen like this, but at least you maintain, you keep the queen on the board. Oh, but okay, come on, this one is losing, yeah? Yeah. Alright, you cannot do that. Wow. So maybe you're forced to play queen f5 again then. Or knight e3. Okay, so perhaps just to play queen d6. If queen d6, then maybe just takes here and then queen c6. Is Arjun better in this position? Yeah, Arjun is better because everything has been simplified, and if you're getting even a more simplified position without any risk, then white is just standing better in the endgame because of this pair of bishops and kind of like an extra pawn on the queen side. So it should mean something. Alright, so yeah, Arjun lost in the on the first round against Nicolas Tudor, and since then he's been winning most of his games, but also there's some draw as well. So Arjun just played something, just wondering what he did. He played, what did he do? Queen c6, yeah. Okay, so he played Queen c6 right away instead of taking on b6 first. But it's pretty much almost a similar idea. Yeah, tough position for Parham now. I guess he had some chances before, but he let it slip away. Now after Queen c6, White's position is just very nice. Okay, and Parham also has only 8 minutes left on the clock, so he's really in the tough situation now. What of the first board, Aravin versus Danesh 4? Because this was also starting out as a very equal position, but apparently after a few moves now, White is slightly better. So Bishop c3 was the last move. Actually, we saw Queen h5 and then e5, and then Rook f d1, Rook c d8, and Queen go back to a2, Rook Queen e6, and e4. And after knight e7, bishop c3. Yeah, do we take this or not? Because if we take this, again, this pawn in the long run is gonna be very weak. Wow, I just like how Aravin played this game. It just shows that he has a very great understanding. Like he quickly, the moment after a5 actually, here he played a4. Because usually you might be worried about giving this square away, but he sees in the long-term plan that it's fine. It's fine for White to just do that and take on d5, and the knight has to take if the pawn takes pawn, and then this might be just knight f3 followed by knight d4. So knight takes d5, and then the knight quickly being put on c4, trying to give a little pressure on the a5 pawn. And after Queen e7, Queen e2 here, and this is how it happened. And after Bishop c3, now this one has proven to be weakness now. After Bishop c3, I think your next move is just you're gonna take the pawn on a5. But if you take this bishop now, Rook takes. Let's say, yeah, how do we do this? Because the knight is supposed to take on a5, and if the rook moves away, protecting the pawn, then it leaves this d6 hanging, and it's just such a good file for the rook. The queen has to go back, let's say, and now I'm thinking of knight b6. I'm also thinking of doubling the rook. Yeah, White has so many good choices, or even in this position, like knight b6, knight d5 is also not a bad idea. Yeah, so bishop c3 is on the board. Aravin has little time, I mean less time on the clock than his opponent. But yeah, I think the position is very safe for White, so it shouldn't take so much time for the moves to come. Okay, so Daneshvar is still thinking. Let's come back to Tabatabai versus Sarana, which looks like still very much equal. So what about Hans Dimon versus Sam Shankland? This is close to shaking hands. Like now everything is already stopped, yeah, on the queen side. Like you cannot do anything on the queen side, and the center is quite close as well. And after h4, yeah, maybe Sam is currently thinking about h5 here, just trying to open up the position a little bit. But I guess in this position, White shouldn't do anything. White just pretty much wait until this happens maybe, and after this I think white can actually just play something like this too. Yeah, I think they should be still equal. Because after g5 or g6, yeah, this one, and then you just, oh, king h3. What about king here? This, yeah, this is just the same. And after this, and now king g3, you don't have to take this. Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh, h4 is h5, and oh my gosh, black is actually winning. I put the e4 accidentally. I just didn't realize how much winning it is. I thought it's just still equal, but this h4 is a mistake. Hans shouldn't push the pawn. So this is the thing with the pawn endgame. It's not like it is slightly better or slightly worse. It's about whether it is winning, losing, or it's a draw. And this position is a draw. Yeah, as long as Hans maintained this equality. But he played h4. h5 is of course the move. But what did I just do wrong before? I did king f3 or king h3, yeah, which is okay. And now, okay, I shouldn't take, but I should just play king h6 followed by g5 maybe, like this. Just, oh, Hans might be just losing in the pawn endgame. So this is just like in the theory book. This will go down, guys, for those who are watching this will go down in social media a lot, and also in many endgame courses. Like, there will be, if Sam won this, of course, there will be like a position like, okay, this is a game from 2024 Sharjah Masters between Hans Niemann versus Sam Shankland, pawn endgame. It's literally just the same number of pawns, almost symmetrical, but with a little twist like that. And I'm still shocked because I thought it was just an easy draw. But now this position, okay, king g3 is on the board, and h takes g4. Hang on, I have to double check with the computer. What is Sam doing? What is Sam doing? Okay, it's still winning. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't want any player in this tournament who is winning, you know, and then they miss the win for some reason, or who is drawing and then they miss the draw. But okay, this is quite sometimes it's quite like a roller coaster in the evil bar. All right, so I'm just trying to understand, yeah. So in this position you cannot take because because of the opposition. So after king h6, white doesn't have any idea what has to play this, and after takes, and now g6, and then what happened? Hans played h5. You can just simply take it and win the pawn. And then after king here, you just play this, and then quickly king g5, f5, and so on. Wow, the way Hans is going to lose this game is insane, because I think we can verify that. I mean, I think we can say that this is going to be won by Sam because of this. But oh my gosh, the way how it went is just insane. Like, I've never seen it before. It's just literally in the pawns end game, and it looks like it's just that drawn, but just with one move, Hans made a blunder with h4, allowing h5. We're gonna go back to that position, but for now let's keep on this one for now, because, well, it's almost just the finishing. And yeah, so I don't know the time situation for both players. Apparently Hans has to just play quicker here in order to pressure Sam on the clock, but it's not that complicated for Sam in this position. So he just took on e4. This is the current position. And what happened? King b8, and I think it's gonna take another pawn. Yeah, you just take all the pawns possible. Take here, and then let this promote, and then you just give a check, and then takes the queen, and then promote this one. So that's pretty systematic. So king b8 is still on the board. Yeah, Hans is double checking everything, but I'm pretty sure this is just gonna happen. Queen takes b4. If a7, then just takes like this again. If this happens, then just give a check, and then takes the queen. I think this is the easiest way. But what happened was, after queen takes b4, oh, Hans didn't play a7. He played c6. He played c6, and now I think it's just queen a5 or queen c5, the same, yeah? Okay, if a7 here, you give a check, like that. Wherever the king goes, it's with a check. So yeah, after c6, just play, I don't know, queen here works, you just want to play queen b6 next move, or you want to take one of the pawns. So it should be, oh wow, he's just didn't expect how the game turned to be like this. So if, or when Sam won, then Sam will be on 5.5. 5.5, and wow, this is a big win. This is gonna be a big win by Sam in this tournament. And what happened is he played queen c5. Yeah, both are possible. And now king b7 is on the board. And now just push this pawn, yeah? And this allows queen to go to b5 next move. Yes, and Hans, sorry, not Hans, Sam just pushed it. And Hans played a6 to a7. Yeah, so a7 is on the board. Just check on b5 like this. I think that's what happened. And Hans resigned after queen b5. So what a win by Sam Shankland on the 7th round. He's moving up slowly but surely to the top boards, and now it would be depending on the first board between Arafin versus Daneshwar, because it is also possible if that one ended with a draw, then Sam will be joining as the co-leader. So it's interesting, and this is a big upset. This is a big upset, not by rating, just by the position or how the game turned out in the pawn and game like that. Hans just made a blunder. Oh, let's take a look this pawn h4, yeah? So apparently after h4, h5, you cannot survive after that. So takes, and here, yeah. So whenever this king goes, then king will go here, and then like g5. So slowly you'll be, yeah, you can even take it with the pawn like this, and this, and then yeah, just you know, like the other pawn in game when you were about to make a draw, but then before it was a stalemate, the black king will just go to the other side. So here, let's say this, and then this, and this, and usually this one. Okay, if there are no other pawns, yeah, and if there are no other pawns, then if only one pawn, then this is a draw. But of course after this, just keep checking or keep capturing every single thing. So let's see, this is actually a very instructive position. I might actually save the position so that I can teach my student about it, that this is a drawing pawn end game, but of course with many pawns on the board, it makes it look very complicated. So turns out the idea is you just keep everything intact and play king h4. You should stop this to happen. Yeah, you literally has to stop it. So can it be played before? So here, 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 here. Oh yeah, it cannot be played before. You have to stop h5, so that's why king h4 has to be played. And like this, and then you just come back because there's no more h5. And if like this, then you can come back here because now it's different. If king over here, then you have here, then after this, now you can just takes, and this is drawn. Yeah, if anything like this, then you go here, because you always have to be ready after this takes and play e4 and then close everything up. So okay, the key move in this position is king h4. I mean, or the key idea is to stop h5 pretty much. Is there anything else after this? Let's say here, okay, if the king moves back, then it means h5 is not going to happen, then you can move back again. So I mean, after that the solution is pretty easy. You understand what is going on, but yeah, not to understand, I'm sure these players understand, to remember what you should do and what you should not do during the game is sometimes quite hard, because it looks like whatever black does in this position or white does in this position, it looks just, it's a draw. But h5, you shouldn't allow this to happen at all. And especially with the king controlling it, it's different story if g6 happens. And now after g6, the king will never go to g6 anymore. I mean, except that the pawn moves to g5. But when the pawn is moved to g5, then that's it. You can just move your king to the back rank even if you want, and this is going to be drawn. So in a way, Hans is like helping Sam to actually get what he wants. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. This h4 move, 30-second move h4 is the big blunder. I can just put the eval bar here. This is the position before. Like, I think every single thing after all the traits is pretty equal. Yeah, I mean, black slightly better, of course, but I don't think it's enough for a win, especially after all the traits of the rooks and just the pawns. Yeah, this should be just drawn. So king here, it's okay, and g4, it's okay, and after this is fine, and king g3 and okay, b6, a6, and b5, c5. Yeah, everything is fine. Only after this, king h4 is the only move. Again, you shouldn't allow h5 to happen. So play another move like king f3. It's still fine too, as long as you take it with the pawn. Oh my gosh. So h5, let's say, and then even king f2. Yeah, so as long as you have these two pawns like this, it's okay, because after this, king g3 takes this, and then g6, king h3, and f5, because black has to do something in order to try for a win, and then gf, like just king g3 here, and after this, okay, this is drawn. Yeah, you just play this, g3 h3, and nothing can be done. And after this, then you can actually go up here, and here. But okay, everything has to be calculated, but I don't think Hans was in time trouble. So even in this position, king c4, everything has to be calculated. Takes this one, and then takes this one, go to the c6 one. Okay, this is complicated. King h4, it's just gonna be drawn very soon. Let's say here, okay, you just want to move something like this, and now you can actually play h4 like this. You just wait, or you play h5. I think I'll just wait. Yeah, I'll just wait. After this, then I think even g5 is also drawn. Yeah, I think g5 is also drawn. Yeah, because if you takes, then I'll just put my king on g3 h3, and there's no more the king cannot enter. If f5 also just takes, and then e4 even. I mean, now we have a passed pawn, so we shouldn't be worried about the position anymore. Yeah, but what a mistake. I mean, it's something that a player around Hans's level maybe shouldn't have done, but what to do? He made the blunder and he lost the game against Sam Shankland. And now let's move on to the boards that are still going on. What about the first board? Because this is very important. Yeah, white is totally better in this position. So we saw the position after bishop c3, and black decided to take, and then rook a8, and rook d6, queen f7. Yeah, so okay, instead of rook d3, now queen d2, and knight c8, rook d3, and okay, this is the current position. Alright, knight e3 with the idea maybe to f5 and to d5 as well. Yeah, okay, so black is currently under trouble right now. What about the second board? It still looks like it's pretty much equal. Sarana is defending because the position looks more comfortable as white in this position, but I think he should be able to find all the moves to make it a draw. But now rook takes c4 with the idea of taking b7. Actually, what happened? So f5, bishop here, and then bishop f6, and then bishop p8 and takes. So he's not afraid of this idea. Check. Let's say king goes here and bishop takes, because the bishop is trapped, I guess, after bishop e5. And bishop e6, bishop d6, and then rook a6. So you cannot really take the pawn then. So that's why after this you just take with the rook, and this might still be not a threat, but yeah, how to deal in this position? You can actually move it safely to a6, but is there anything else? Like, this might be an idea in the future. Alright, so still no move yet from Sarana. What's going on in the game between Eric Garcia versus Parham? Because we saw the position after queen c6, and here Parham just tried to protect the queen on d6 by playing rook d8 and takes on b6, a b6, and now rook d1. Yeah, this pair of bishops versus pair of knights, who is going to be better? So knight e7 is on the board. Are you going to take on this, or this is actually interesting. Like bishop e3 looks like you're going to lose like this and this, but this one is under attack now, and the pawn is kind of very strong. Okay, but there's this one, yeah? Okay, maybe bishop e3 is a bit too ambitious. Apart from bishop e3, what else can we do? Okay, no move yet, so knight e7 is still on the board. So if we take the queen, rook takes, and now I play rook e1, let's say, trying to attack this. Maybe, where does the knight go? Because I have this idea with bishop b4 and bishop f4. Isn't this just winning almost for Arjun? Let's take a look. Alright, so computer suggested queen c4, but also is nothing wrong with queen d6. Like this, and then rook d6, and then I like this rook e1. What's wrong with that? Oh, rook e1, rook e6. Okay. So you don't want to trade the rook then. What do? Bishop e2? Then it's gonna be like quite slow if bishop e2 happens, but maybe this is what it takes to win the game. So Arjun is still thinking. I mean, he still has 9 minutes on the clock, so he has time to do it. I just want to quickly check the fifth board here between Yangi versus Salim Saleh. Who's attacking who in this position? The rook is already on the 8th rank, but the knight on b8 is safely protected by the bishop and the king. The other rook, the black's rook, is attacking along the 4th rank. The knight is standing very nicely on f5. Who is better? Yeah, this is the thing when you are watching a grandmaster game. Like, it's always very hard to decipher or to try to understand what is going on, because both of these players, of course, they have their own intentions. So it turns out white is slightly better. Here black's turn to move, and computer suggested to take on a5. And after this, what to do? Maybe now it's time to take like this, like takes, because the rook is not able to attack this knight, and then the rook will just come back to b4. But okay, this is still the position. Okay, yeah, this is gonna still be a long game. Do we have anything on the other? I'm just gonna see what other games we have. Yeah, looks like the second board will be finishing soon anyway. Oh, did Salem move something? He did. He took on a5. Rook 1 takes a5, and now what is he going to continue? Also, I like this idea of playing rook e7, rook b7. It's just a way to show that the other rook wants to join the party as well. So yeah, unfortunately I don't have the time situation, because from their body language it shows like they are not having so much time on the clock, so they have to really spot everything quite fast. And Salam just moved something. So what did he do? He played rook e7, so he did it. Rook e7, yeah, it looks like it's a natural thing to do, to connect the rook like that, and then perhaps attacking the king from the b file. So we are going to watch over this one, but let's update ourselves on the first board, because now the knight, after knight e3, king h8, now suddenly the knight is in the center. Knight d5, queen f7, and rook c5, and knight d6. And I'm just a bit worried if we might be seeing some discovery here, like something like this maybe, and then takes on d6. But let's calculate this one. Takes. But okay, in this position, what to do? Like here? The thing is, after this takes, okay, gotta be careful with this. And checking like this. So it's almost like it is a draw, because after king like this, then it's just check here, and check here, and then it's perpetual. So Ravi didn't do that. Instead he played knight c3, which might be better because it stops anything with knight e4. Alright, knight c3 is on the board. And now, okay, Aravin has 2 minutes left on the clock. I mean, almost 3 minutes, but Daneshvar still has 10 minutes. So in this position, of course, white is better, but Aravin has to play faster. He has this tendency of thinking too long before, and then in moment like this, he almost doesn't have enough time. But anything can still happen in this position, even though white is better, but you can count the material is still equal. So that's yeah, maybe it's just a wishful thinking, but black still has some hope. So now what to do? Maybe, all right, the knight has to go. The knight has to go, but where? Maybe knight c8. Knight c8, oh sorry, and then knight e7, something like that. I mean, the knight has to go. Apart from knight c8, what else can you do? So he has played something. What is it? Oh, knight goes to e8, so he went the other side. Maybe the idea is knight e8, knight c7, and you want to go knight e6. Okay, how to continue in this position? It is a nice position, but or maybe in this position, yeah, you want to attack this pawn, and this one is under attack as well, so maybe knight e2. Aravin is now 2 minutes left, and he has to play faster. What could it be? Apart from knight e2, if knight d5, then knight d6 back, maybe. So 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, things are getting really, really nerve-wracking here. I just can't imagine. It's already like on the 4th hour of the game. The playing hall might be getting emptier. So what just happened? He just moved something. Knight d5 again. It's an invitation to play knight d6 now, but maybe he will change his move then. Because of course in this position, black would like to make a draw if it's possible, but I don't think Aravin will move back to knight c3 like what he did in the previous move. But if it's not knight c3, has he calculated something? He played f3. All right, f3. I think it's a good move, right? It's protecting the e4 square, e4 pawn, and also now you're threatening to take on the pawn on a5. And having the knight on d5, it means that the queen cannot go to c7. So yeah, how to do this position? Daneshvar still has 9 minutes on the clock. f3. Okay, next move is rook takes a5. Are you going to do some move like f5 here? Because I think black has to act something. It cannot just be waiting until every single pawn is being captured. So maybe f5 is a good try. You want to open up the king side, and yeah, and just trying to exploit the fact that white already pushed f3 here. So if this happens, then you can take it with the knight even, and now put the knight on d4. So if that one didn't happen, then this pawn is attacking e4. So wow, f5 might be just the counter attack that black needs in this position. But Daneshvar is still thinking. There's also some strategy that you want to play faster in order to pressure your opponent on the time. But of course you don't want to play too fast and then neglecting about your own the quality of your move. So but I don't see any drawback on f5 here. Maybe the only drawback is maybe knight b6. So Daneshvar might be calculating everything, because this is a very interesting position to play. Like in this one, maybe what to do, like taking here, and you have to take here maybe, and then takes here. This is all for calculation, and he played f5. So we're gonna go back to the original position, but I'm just going to keep analyzing what happened if f5 happened. Oh, all right, so he didn't do any of those moves. Like this is going to be quite complicated, and especially Aravind only has a few minutes left on the clock. So after Daneshvar played f5, Aravind played h4. So after h4, then f takes e4, and now it is all unclear. I don't think Aravind is still better in this position. Let's check it. In fact, Daneshvar is better. I guess this f5 move is the turning point. It looks like, oh, rook c1, what a move to play. This is the move to maintain advantage for white, but this is such a hard move to make. No, this is a hard move to make, especially you only have like 1 minute left on the clock. But in fact, what did he do was, I cannot explain it. h4, it's totally, yeah, it's a complete ignorance to black's attack. Of course, that after h4, black took on e4, and here rook e3, and black is better significantly. And not only black is better, black has more time on the clock. What is going on today's rounds? So this is kind of like expected. When you are approaching toward the end of the event, you'll see so many blunders like this. Like we see the game between Hans Niemann versus Sam Shanklin, where on the other day it would be a very easy draw for Hans to make, but he just did a horrible blunder by playing h4. And now Aravind, I couldn't explain this. Like, yeah, f3 is such uncharacteristic way of playing this position, because you're opening up the second rank of your king, and also at the same time it's blocking the view of your bishop on g2. So I don't have an explanation to that, except that when these players are under pressure with the time situation, it really affected their way of playing. And especially we're already on the 7th round of the event, and maybe there's like an additional pressure being the sole leader of the tournament. So maybe every single factor is combining into one, and it affected the way you play. So rook e3 is on the board. What could be the best move here? So computer strategy is to play knight f5 here, allowing this to happen, but then you'll have a very nice exchange up position. So if after knight f5 rook takes here, maybe just knight g3. What about knight g3? Knight g3 is also fine. So, but here computer suggested to just play knight d4. But I think for human point of view, knight takes g3 is very natural. You just grab another pawn, and it is a very important pawn around the king as well. So I think both players realized the turn of events in this game, and Aravind was looking very anxious on his chair, and also at the same time Daneshvar look really focused on the game. I think he realized that now he's in the driver's seat, and yeah, he has time to think about everything. So still, this is the current position right now. He has yet to make the move, but knight f5 is what we are going to expect him to play. But apart from knight f5, if he didn't find that, what could be the other natural looking move? Maybe he's considering to take on f3 like this, but this will leave rook f3 and the queen has to move. Even in this position, it's already like a major improvement to the position that he had a few moves before. But he's still thinking. It is very possible that he's currently thinking knight f5 right now, because it is one of the most obvious moves to make. Okay, so I'll just quickly check other games while Daneshvar is still thinking, but I will quickly go back to this one. The game between Tabatabe versus Sorana looks like now Tabatabe is better. Yeah, he's trying to get the advantage bigger and bigger. What about the game between Arjun Urgaisi versus Maksudlu? We might be expecting a draw in this position, although it's always very tricky when you're playing against well, a pair of bishops versus a pair of knights. But here Parham could breathe a sigh of relief having a pass pawn on f4, which could be a very nice diversion to the game, because I believe if there is no pawn on f4, then the position is just better for white. Alright, about the game Yuyangi versus Salem Saleh, it's looking like it's totally equal right now. So let's move back to the leaderboard here. And Daneshvar still hasn't moved yet. Yep, so I was waiting the camera to switch. Yep, so Rook A3 is still the last position, the last move in the position. And apparently Daneshvar's time advantage is going to disappear soon. And what else could he be thinking apart from knight f5? Oh, rook a d8. Okay, this looks natural. You want to pressure the d5 knight, but now after fe isn't, or maybe he was calculating this, yeah, fe and then knight e4, rook takes e4, and then just grab this knight like that. Okay, so Aravin is now 2 minutes left on the clock, soon to be below 2 minutes. So what could he be deciding? I mean, first move is obvious. I think you have to take on e4 with f. So I think the first move is going to be this one, and after this, what is wrong by taking this one? Oh, there's this queen check and then rook f2. So you cannot take e4 with the bishop. You have to take it with the rook. But after taking with the rook, at least there's bishop d5, and this position is of course better for black. So now you can continue with rook takes e5, but then takes this, and yeah, if black won, black can just grab this pawn along the way. So this has happened. And we're going to see bishop d5 coming soon on the board, and I think Daneshvar just did it from the live cam. So bishop takes d5. Oh no, he didn't do that. He took with the rook. Does it change a thing? Okay, rook has to take, and then bishop takes, and then this rook has to go. And where does this rook go? It's so cold in my room right now. The AC is just making it very cold. Anyway, so bishop d5 is on the board. Does it matter where the rook go? To e3 or to e2 or to e1? Does it really matter? Like, let's say to e3, because you want to protect this b3 pawn after bishop takes g2. So this one, but okay, black has an extra pawn here that black will try to win, of course. Okay, so yeah, Aravin is now under 90 seconds. Where could he move? Yeah, I think it should be rook a3. You have to protect these pawns. But what he's afraid of, oh, maybe he's also considering this, taking this, but this will, what's gonna happen after this? Yeah, he took on e5. So if this happens, takes b3, yeah, we are going to see that position on the board, and it is now on the board. Queen takes b3, and now Oh, there's so many checks that might be winning this one. Like something like check here. Okay, gotta be careful with this idea because I want to play rook f2, but maybe a pawn move like h6 is needed at some point. And what just happened? I think, oh, it takes, oh, and then he just totally missed the tactic queen b6, and Aravin, I think, resigned after this. Oh, he hasn't resigned yet, but he's going to. Yes. Oh, wow. What a blunder. I mean, the position before rook takes a5 is, of course, better for black, but it's just a complete blind spot by Aravin taking on a5 like this and totally missing queen b6. It's a fork. It's a check with this one. Again, what a turnaround of event that we have on this game. And Aravin is no longer leading. In fact, he's actually now maybe on the share second, because both Sam Shanklin and Daneshvar, they were on 4.5. Now, because of their wins, they're both on 5.5, and Aravin stays on 5. So we'll have new leaders tomorrow, Daneshvar, Bardia, and Sam Shanklin. So let's take a look as well on board 2, because it is also going to decide who is going to be leading the tournament. Board 2 between Tabatabai versus Sorana. Whoever wins this one will be the co-leaders. And it looks like Tabatabai still trying to make the position even better for him. I mean, he has a slightly better position right now due to the pawn structure. But I think it's going to be quite a long way to go. Or maybe after this, okay, bishop c3, it's trying to attack on g7. So after bishop here, maybe it's time to play b4. Before king c4. So that's not really what you want to play. So maybe it's rook here, then it's going to be quite a long maneuvering, because we've seen this type of position before when the rook was on c4. So bishop c3, Sarna is still thinking. He still has 5 minutes on the clock, so it should be enough for him. And what about the other game, Erigaisi versus Barham? Yeah, so it's not gonna be quite an easy game to play for Barham against this pair of bishops. In this type of endgame, it's always very tricky. So now in this position again, it's still looking like it's equal, but Arjun will keep trying to play his tricks and try to win the game. About board 5, there's not much of development in this position. I think, yeah, although it says it's a equal position, it's a drawing position, but I think both sides are still also trying to create something out of this position. Alright, so let's come back to Arjun's game, because I saw some move there. What happened was, after king e6, bishop g7 here, bishop come back, and king come back. And are they going to repeat? Because one more move to agree for draw, and they're going to repeat. So apparently, instead of having like a long game, I mean longer than now, I think it's gonna be just a draw within a few moves. Yep, and they already repeat for the third time, I guess. Okay, it would be up to Arjun almost the third time. If bishop g7 happens again, then it's completely a draw, because we have one bishop g7 here, and then after this the second bishop g7, and now in this position this is white to move. And yeah, if bishop g7 happens again, then it's a draw. Oh, we have a draw agreed in the game between Yu Yangi versus Salim. So yeah, I thought it was going to be quite a long game, longer than now, but they agreed to make a draw. I mean, this position is quite equal anyway, so what sort of repetition do they make? Here, here, and then just checks like this and checks, and yeah, repeating the moves. So Arjun played something else, so he didn't want to make a draw. He repeated just simply because he wanted to gain time on the clock. And yeah, after bishop g7, king f7, bishop d4, yeah, this is after king e6. This is going to be his chance to make the threefold repetition, but he didn't do that. He played bishop e4, and now after king d6, bishop h1. Okay, and what about the second board? So we have 2 games left in the top 5 boards, and yeah, g4, and I think Tabatabe is still having a better position. Okay, oh, f3, but isn't it just weakening? What about takes this, and king d3, king e3, and takes the pawn? I think I would have taken this one immediately, and takes this, and then this. Okay, the computer suggested bishop c7, then rook a4, then rook goes here to stop the king from getting to the pawn, and rook c4, bishop d6, and takes on g7. Yeah, and if that happens, then rook e2, attacking this, and after rook c2, rook e1. Okay, that is quite hard to figure things out when you only have a few minutes on the clock. All right, so e3, it's already happened. Are we going to see king d3? Because king d3 looks like a very natural move to make. You just want to get the pawn on f3, and Tabatabe is thinking still. And what is he trying to think here? Or also, maybe bishop takes g7 is a pretty good candidate move. But gotta be careful. If bishop takes g7, maybe it's bishop g3. Yeah, and you cannot take this one because of f2, and then this is gonna be just a promotion. So you have to play another idea by playing h5. So it's gonna be like a pawn race. Takes here, and then h6, bishop d4, and you take this, and you have to take with the king, and then rook a4, trying to go to f4, but after king e3, you go to the other side, and after f2, you give a check here, and after here, oh, here is a, okay, here is this one, because why? This is, I can't really believe it, like here, and then this is better for white because of what? This position. This position is better for white because you don't really have a useful check. You only have this f5, but after queen f5, king b2, and that's it. This king is very safe, while on the other hand, this king is very weak. Wow. Alright, but okay, after h5, I mean, after, yeah, this position. Yeah, I don't think Tabatabe would take on g7. I think he would play king d3. Looks more safe and very sensible. Alright, still thinking. Let's update the game between Arjun versus Parham. What's going on here? Still not much change. Yeah, the knight cannot go anywhere, but it has to be like that, protecting each other and also protecting b6, so only the king can move. And now maybe Arjun is trying to get his bishop like this, but it means this one will be moved. So yeah, it's still quite an equal position, but with a pair of bishops, again, Arjun can try to push for win. And Tabatabe has moved. What did he do? He played king d3. Yeah. Yeah, this is the move that he need to make anyway in this type of position. So after king d3, what did we analyze before? Something like bishop c7 here and then rook here. Yeah. And then after bishop g7, then rook e2. So this is or is it? Hang on, what was the move again? Like this, and yeah, I can't remember what was that. I think this was it. Let me check. No, it was not like that. Oh yeah, this is it. It was what we analyzed. And after this, oh yeah, of course, because of this, yeah, I was gonna be confused. There is this one, and then bishop d4. Okay. King d3 is still on the board, and yeah, Sharjah is now down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And he played bishop c7 and immediately replied by rook a4 by Tabatabai. And now I think we can expect this move to happen. Rook e6, and he did it. Yeah, rook has to stop the king from getting to the f3 pawn. And now if it's according to our analysis, it should be bishop takes g7, rook e2, and then rook c4. Yeah, will Tabatabai do it? All right. He did just do something. He took on g7. So yeah, we might be seeing that idea, rook e2 coming up, because black has to make some counter attack in this position. Technically speaking, black is already down a pawn, so rook e2 is just the move that he needs to play. Let's wait if he's gonna make it. So if Tabatabai wins this one, then he's going to be one of the 3 leaders in the open section, in the master section. So still, okay, Sharjah still has 3 minutes. Both of players have similar time situation. And he did rook e2. Rook e2 is already on the board, and now we're going to expect rook c4 to come along, because this cannot happen due to this, and bishop d4 and takes this, and white will have a close to winning endgame. He didn't do that. He took on a6. Wow, okay, he took on a6. Does it change the position? Now it's back to equal again, because now after rook takes f2, this pawn on f3 will be the pawn that's determined the game. Then I think we can expect rook f2 to come very soon. Alright, what is Tabatabai thinking in this position? After rook takes f2, maybe he's thinking he has king e3, and what? Bishop here, and if push, then just here. That's very it's not easy to guess this move, bishop g3. Okay, rook a6 is still on the board, and now Sharjah has to figure it out on. Yeah, what else is there? I think he should be taking on f2. Yeah, he took on f2. And what happened after rook takes g6 actually? Rook takes g6 is a blunder, because the king is somehow gonna be okay. There's a check here followed by f2 and f1, and you cannot play this because of this check maybe. and after this, there's this one first, and then everything is blocked and pawn will move to f2 and f1. Okay, so still not out of the woods yet. Both players have to be careful. There's so many twists and turns in this position. Anything can still happen. It's still a 3-result position. What did he do? He did king e3, and then Sharjah played rook g2. Okay. Let's check it again. So if takes this one, then check, and then king goes to, let's say, f2 or e2, and then you just takes this one, and this should be quite easy to hold to a draw. The current position is still this one, rook g2. And there's already a draw between Arjun versus Parham. So this one is the last game right now in our top 5 boards. And looks like tomorrow, yeah, looks like tomorrow is gonna be just Sam Shankland versus Daneshwar Bardia. I don't know about the color because both of them played with black pieces today. Because this looks like it's gonna end with a draw. Okay, yeah. Tabatabai is still thinking, but I think he realized if he takes this one, then there's nothing else to fight on this position but a draw, and he might be considering other alternatives, like, I don't know how to deal with this position. If this one f2 and then king here, let's say, okay, bishop here with the idea of rook g1 maybe. Yeah, this might be a bit dangerous. After rook f6, takes this one first. Yeah, this is quite unclear. And check like this, king goes here. Yeah, this is a bit unclear. Yeah, rook can take on g4 next. All right, rook g2. If he wants a easy continuation, he would just take on f3. But if he wants a difficult continuation, then he would take on g6. So which one that he's going to choose? And his time is now is under a minute. I think he eventually will just take on f3. He realized that other variations might be a bit too complicated and he doesn't have enough time to calculate everything. Yep, he took on f3. Okay, so this has happened. King takes f3 and then rook g3 immediately, and king can just go to here or here, and after rook g4, yeah, it's a pretty drawish position. We will have to move on the board soon. I think the king goes to f2. Yeah, king f2 and rook g4. And now bishop f6. Okay, now Sharjah is thinking, and okay, the computer side just is c4, and it should be yeah, closer to make a draw after that. But I think he's also considering bishop here. Okay, but if bishop here, there's king f3, so yeah, needs to be careful not to lose it, because it's gonna attack both the rook and the bishop. All right, c4 looks like just a very straightforward approach if you want to just equalize the position. But this hasn't moved yet, so this is still the position right now. yeah, but Sarana is a very strong blitz player as well, so I'm not really worried if somehow he doesn't have much time on the clock. He's still gonna be able to defend his position. And I think he's about to reach the c pawn. I think he's gonna play c4 anyway. Yes, and he's done it. So c4 is already on the board, and now it's easier to take one of the pawns here or this one, depending on the next move. And what just happened? Oh, c4, bc4, and rook c4. This is already on the board. And bishop g5. Okay, attacking g6, and now, alright, now the computer suggests king e4, because if you take on g6, I think you can just grab this pawn and takes this, and it should be easier to make a draw. But this is still what's on the board right now, after bishop g5. Yeah, king a4 is such a nice idea as well, because if you don't take this one, let's say you move this pawn a4, okay, I can insert rook c2 first, at the very least. Can I play that? Or maybe I can just push for some checkmating idea even, like here, and then just rook a2. Yeah, things like this. And yeah, he's done it. So he's done this king e4. It is on the board. 2 minutes left on the clock for Tabatabai, and Sarana still has about 4 minutes. Let me have a sip of my water. All right. Yeah, no move yet from Tabatabai. Okay, apart from rook takes g6 and a4, yeah, I don't see anything much in this position. They just move something. What is it? King e2. Oh, that's surprising, allowing the check on c2. And if I give a check like this, king moves to d1, I guess. And if rook g2, let's say, maybe the king will try to continue protecting this one, while this rook will try to attack g6. Maybe that's his plan, like that. Okay, so king e2 is on the board, and now how to deal in this situation? Because if this bishop gets exchanged with this pawn, talking about getting the bishop exchange, why don't we just do that? What if I just play bishop f4? But the thing is, after you give a check, yeah, maybe this is it. After this, then takes this, yeah? But can I play check? Check king d3. Yeah. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. But apart from bishop f4, what can we do? No, bishop f4. What did Sarana do? He played bishop e5. Yeah, not bishop f4. Okay, so the idea is still the same. If rook takes here, just check and then takes here. And apart from that, what else can be done? Yeah, just centralizing the bishop, and also king f5 might be is the idea too, to stop anything with rook f6 check. So okay, so now it's getting closer to the end of the game. then Tabatabai just reached something. What was that? Maybe the pawn to a3 or a4? What did he do? He played king d2 and then rook b4. Okay, so after bishop e5, not taking, but he played king d2. And here Sarana played rook b4. And rook c6. So now whenever there's a check on b2, there's rook c2. Okay, but it still didn't prevent Sarana from doing it. So rook b2, rook c2 is on the board. And he just took it. Takes. And then he played king d5. Very interesting, yeah? So the idea is easy. With this tray, you just want to put your king on the back rank, and you can let this one to be captured. It's fine, as long as this bishop will capture this. So king d5, I mean, it will be quite a long way till this king to get here, and I mean, well, before the king captured the pawn, then you can play bishop g3 and capture this one. So what happened was after king d5, I think they played a few moves, but it's gonna be quite simple now. Bishop g3 is already on the board. It's ready to capture the pawn on h4, while this king will be unstoppable to reach the corner of the board, because this is the principle of the wrong bishop. This pawn and this bishop has the wrong color on the promotion square. So takes, and now, yeah, you can okay, the player just getting yeah, they're going to shake hands soon, because this is pretty much the draw that's on many ending books. So well done. That was such a good defense by Sarana. He was kind of like worse there, a bit losing there, but again, for Tabatabai, he had another winning or better game, but he failed converting it again. It's already like almost 3 times now. So hopefully he will play a better chess, and I mean, he's a very strong player, and I'm sure in the next 2 rounds everything will be changing a lot. Just after the 7th round, we have 2 new leaders, and they didn't come nowhere close actually. In the starting or in the earlier stage of the event to be the leaders, but somehow with their steady play, they win and they draw, and then they accumulate all the points, and now both Danesh Bardia and Sam Shankland are leading the tournament with 5.5 out of 7. So kudos for both of them. They also showed a really nice turn of events in their respective games against Ravin Chittambaram and Hans Niemann. So tomorrow is going to be the penultimate round, round number 8, and we will be reconvene again at the same time and same place, and of course with interesting games to watch, especially from the top 5 boards in the master section. And thank you again for watching, and have a good night. See you tomorrow.